Hmm. Let's do test on the audio. It's not horribly loud, so let's bring it up a little bit. Up a little bit more.
Let's see if this is any better. Audio sounds like crap again. Okay, well, that's interesting. I think we'll just deal with the audio problem. Everything will sound super tinny to me, but not to you. That's okay. I can hear my audio. You can't. I don't have to worry about any more your YouTube notifications. Oh, your video can't be seen in certain areas because of this audio track we detect in the background. So I would, yeah, it wouldn't really matter anyway. I don't think I'm going to be monetizing it anytime soon. So, not a big deal. I think I'll just do the audio. Let me find some no copyright sounds, background music. All right. Yeah, and we'll bring the audio back in. Perfect. Works for me. All right. I think I can do a bit of an audio mixer. I do volume mixer. I'll drop that down. It's easier to work with that way. Master volume should not be at like 90. That's ridiculous. Okay, so we have that. All right, looks like my input's fixed. Yeah, my output headphones, my input set. Excellent. So it looks like my audio is good. Looks like my background is good. Okay. Well, now we know we have that. We get to try and deal with this a little bit more. So what do we have? Let's deal with interface control type. We have here, we have a list, a data grid, a detail, a new form, a list, a data grid, a detail, a new form, a model, and that. Now I can't imagine the model is difficult. It's basically just the ID followed by the name, a description, control prefix. If we're using a custom dropdown, we could add a simple model, go that route, but that's not a big deal here. Full fields, it will work. So, model has that, actions have this, we have our list, good. Let's open up the interface and bring up the list of interface control types that we know about. Ah, so I was working on this one last night, and that was flat. Still nothing. Okay. Filter type. All right. View. Yep. Let's add a page. Finish the loading. We close it. All right, that one's there. Now we run it. Again, claiming I have 88 missing. So, could be the case. It's, yeah, build. There's a lot going on with some of these templates. So, all right, so now this one's looking for filter type, filter term detail, which we didn't make. Filter type, filter term detail, view. Class, filter type, filter term detail, view model. Okay, so that one's there. Now the detail view model then needs a copy from the template view model for detail, like this, and we're just going to go and get all of it from here and bring it in here. Simple enough. Excellent. Okay, we have our interface change notifications, we have our permissions. We're going to replace the word template anywhere in this with filter type, filter term, like so. And then we will replace this one with that one _m. And we just have to get a couple of references changed. Yep. There we are. So we got our navigation, we got our detail page. We have a delete record command, a save record command if user has permission to add records, right? Which is a check we'll deal with later. And then the current and the action, the navigation, all that fun stuff. Okay. We'll save that. We'll save this. We'll run a quick build on it. See what we got. All right, so my chat view in Restream is broken. We're going to see if we can get that to reload. All right, and it's reloaded. Excellent. All right, so doing that, we have a bunch of broken stuff. This says the actions deletes, and then it's looking for a SQL, which does not exist in this class. This is the filter term actions class. Interface change notification. We have SQLite. Okay. We don't have SQL server because we don't need it. So if we minimize the SQLite section and then we just delete the SQL server section, that should resolve a large number of problems. Okay, now we're down to 71. And we weren't using a symbol list, so that's fine. And then let's just start at the top here. So going for SQLite, we want to add one to the SQLite server. For insert in the filter term, we have the record added, and then we have a couple of fields. And essentially, this is going to follow the model over here, and we can see the model is here. We can also see we do have a simple model as well for filter type, filter term, so we can resolve that. But we're not dealing with this local, so we're just going to remove that. And then same thing here. All right, and essentially, because of this local stuff, we're just going to remove anything referencing the local ID in the current backup. That shouldn't be too difficult. And then record ID, we're going to replace with filter type, filter term ID in the current backup as well. Okay. Now, there's not many. We have filter term ID, and then we have filter type ID. Filter type ID, we don't need the integer or the decimal field. This is pretty straightforward. It's essentially going to insert into the table, but it's not going to have that. So we're going to get the added of the username who's making it, and then we're going to say filter type ID, filter term ID, and then this goes on. And then that's going to be who added it, followed by filter type ID, and then filter term ID. Again, we don't need those. Then it's going to select the primary key from the table we're working on, where it was the most recent row added. Okay, so I thought we did a full replacement on this, but I guess we didn't, so we're going to replace that again. So we have filter type. This one's trying to add it, we don't need that. So we have then these fields. So it's going to be filter term ID, like that, followed by filter type ID, like that, and then they don't need to be in the same order because they're names, but we can make sure they're in the same order. And then it's going to say, hey, while it reads it, get the ID back from the server, close the connection, add it to the list. That makes sense. Okay. Now from here we have clear. This is going to clear the table from SQLite. So basically just like deletes all the data from the table. I don't think we need that. We're not going to use it. We're going to make that go away. And all right, then we have count local only. Which, again, since we're not dealing with a local data set and a server data set, we're going to make that go away. So then we have delete filter term. This one basically sets the soft delete field for the table, sets the current timestamp and the username, and that's fine. We can do that. We can do that. That's a delete one record. That's soft delete anyway. This is going to then say get the simple list. So we do have a simple list one, but filter term model. This one basically says hit the simple list. So we don't have this one up here instead of collection. We just have list, which is like the full list. And so we can definitely do a little bit better here. So we can do simple list and simple list. Okay. Put that here, put that here. And then this one is going to be underscore simple. Okay. Now what's the difference between a list and a simple list? Well, when we're trying to get the simple list, it's really just a short version, like a couple of columns, that's it. And so in this case, this is called get simple list, where it basically says, hey, if the list has 0 records, then run the function of the actual list. Otherwise, it's just going to return the list. And if it runs this, it's still going to return the list, but after it gets this. So that part's fine. So this is list, filter type, filter term, which is fine. So not sure yet. And then this one's going to return the whole thing based on an ID up here. And in this case, we've added, modified the username, and then we will do the standard fields, such as like filter type ID and filter term ID. Okay, so we got that. Now we'll want some of the other information from this view, which is like the display name and stuff like that. Because remember, we don't have it. We just had an ID, and we got to fill it all in. So let's go find our SQLite database. All right. If we grab our SQLite filter type, not filter type term, this one's a bad one. We need a new view. This one's going to be called the filter type filter term. Select from the filter type filter term, where is deleted equals 0. Okay. So at this point, we have record added. Record added by username. And we'll simply take that. Then we have record modified. And record modified by username. Okay, so those are the basic fields. And then we have filter type, filter term. Okay. Because this is a view, we can then do an inner join to t filter type on t filter type dot filter type ID equals to this one. So we have filter type ID and filter type name. Alright. Then we want filter term, again, concept. Filter term on t filter type filter term dot filter term ID equals t filter term dot filter term ID. Okay. Filter term. So, knowing that that's what we have to work with, and it's confirmed, we can check out the data, and it looks like we have date range with a between option. So, fairly straightforward. Just one table connects to others. So, in order to do filter type, filter term, we would then need filter type name. And filter term, just by itself, filter term. Okay, so this gets the filter type ID, filter type name, filter term ID, filter term. From that, where the ID is matching, it sets up the record tracking information. And then we don't really have a text field here. We have something different. Shouldn't ever equal null, but does, we will ignore it. And then, so we can go in here, and we can say filter, let's say filter type, dot filter type ID. Okay. And we replace it with integer field. So now we can say we have the filter type ID. We also need to know the filter, I think filter type name. Yep. So we have filter type name. That's where that comes in there, filter type name. And we're not going to convert that to an integer. That doesn't make any sense. We would then say toString. Excellent. And we can do the same thing and just replace filter type with filter term. And the only change here is not a name, it's just a term. Okay. So that takes us ID number and it gets us the actual object. This one says it's going to do a list. It basically selects the record and then it says it wants the text field. But doesn't make much sense. This is the select one, this is the update one. Okay, so yeah, we have still 15 errors. We're gonna build it, see if it refreshes. Yeah, there's quite a few. So this one says drop SQLite key filter term. So we're gonna replace that with drop SQLite drop key filter term filter type. That should correct that issue. And we can build the selection again. Another one. So populate SQLite table key filter type filter term. So this one not doesn't exist at this point. And that probably makes sense. So this is just a boolean to see bid one. Trying to do it out of here. But let's check on, so we have the drop table commands, creation, view. We don't have one. So we'll put one in, and we're going to change it up a little bit. Key filter term, filter type filter term. Okay, so these, not the right one. We can simply do a to do here, fill in with population script for all default values. Okay, so we have that. And we have one in the SQLite Studio already. So if we wanted to generate this, we could simply hit database, I think, key filter type filter term, and I think we would go to export table, export table data, yeah, next, and we're going to export it in SQL. We're just going to put it in the clipboard, finish, and so now it's in the clipboard. We can simply paste that in, click Control Z. Okay, well that, yeah, no, that's not it. Okay, we're going to try that again. So right click, export, export table data. Next, this includes all that. We're going to come to a file. So the file, we're going to put it into our temp folder. We're simply going to name it as the table. So it's T filter type filter term SQL. There we go. So from here, we can open up the folder. We'll go to our temp folder that we were in before. We didn't finish it yet. All right, now we hit finish. Now it's there. If we open up that SQL Server query file, it should open up a new window somewhere else. It is trying. Okay, so it's opening up this, which we're going to ignore. We basically just want this line here. But remember, we're splitting up command where this one is just inserting the stuff. So we have the filter type, the record modified, deleted, blah, 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 all that fun stuff. So that's all here. See, because we don't want the formatting lines. Okay. We got that. So that's our insert statement, and that still has our to do in it. But now this is being called, and we can call it to reset the table. So here, this one says drop SQLite. And we talked about that where we don't, I don't think we need to drop the table. Well, for a full reset, it would help. So we're going to go to the setup utility again, and we have a drop tables command section here. We're going to have to add it to two sections. So we have drop SQLite filter term filter type. Isn't that what we said we were close? Filter term. Oh, see, I spelled it wrong. Okay, so it is filter type filter term, and inside of setup, I had it backwards. So it's filter type filter term. This is why naming standards are a thing. Okay, and then the table, is that actually called filter type? Yeah, filter type followed by filter term. So we want to make sure that we replace that filter type filter term. I want to find all references of filter term filter type and replace it with filter type filter term without the project. All right, so yeah, that happened. Okay, now we can try building again. 26 errors. Great. All right, well, we're getting somewhere. This one wants to list the item. So it's just going to go and get, right, the simple ones. So it's going to get the ID number, and it's going to get a text field. Which, yeah, this is going to make sense in a moment. But if we look at our SQLite Studio and we look at our data, essentially we want to send it a filter type, which is like for date or date ranges, and we want to return the filter term as a list, which is between. So this way, we're going to then specify we want like an integer of filter type ID. Okay, that's pretty basic. And we're basically going to say, give us the integer back for the filter type filter terms, and give us the filter terms. Filter term from the view, which makes sense. And we'll then put our where condition in here. Where filter type ID equals filter type ID. And we will order it by the filter term. Okay, makes sense to me. So after command text here, we we'll return back to that. So we want somewhere where we're inserting like the parameters, which is kind of like this. We're going to use the same thing. We'll find out. So that's right after command text. Yeah, it's here. So this is not the list. This is select. That's not the one I want it to be at. And there's list. There's command text. Great. And so we're going to give it this variable here, filter type ID, which is then just going to be the ID number here of filter type ID. Don't actually need an object for that. And then it's going to execute the reader. And it's going to say, hey, I have a list of filter type filter terms that I'm going to clear out. And then while I'm reading through them, I'm going to make a simple list of these things. And the first one is going to be the filter type filter term ID from the record, but I'm willing to bet the simple class doesn't have anything in it at all. So we're going to build it real quick. Okay, so if we go to our existing model, this one, we essentially have the constructor, we have interface notification, we have record tracking, we have an ID. It's going to be a shorter version of this. It's not going to have record tracking in it. Okay, so we don't have that. We're not going to assert it yet. We're not going to change it. We're not doing anything. We have filter type filter term, and then we simply have filter term. Okay, and that's essentially it for the simple model. End region in. All right. So this gives us this model here. Paste that constructor name over just like that. Excellent. So that's the utility which we weren't in. This is the template detail which we weren't in, the actions which we were in. So if it's null, then don't do it. Well, it shouldn't ever be null. But we're going to put in filter term, just like that. Okay, and then simple list, we're going to add that the ID is the ID number, and then the filter term is the filter term, which is simple, and then we add it, we close it, we say, yeah, we're good. And then it returns, basically says, yep, we're done, we're good. Okay. Then we have the select value, which uses a list, and uses filters, and uses a bunch of stuff, which I think we'll have to set up because we still have 24 errors. So this one, returns the collection, right? Which is fine. Yeah, but we need the same thing. Yeah, so we need to do integer filter type ID. And then we simply pass that filter type ID there. Now, in this case, it's got an ID. We just need to count against the conditions, and I don't know how to do that right now. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to put a to-do in, and we're going to say count the records. Well, we're not downloading the ID, so we don't really know if it's the same list we want or not. So we're again. All right. So in here, what does this do? So this is the select based on a list page and the filters, which is all fun. So we have our declarations, matching records, and then that section. So this is going to be very similar to get here, where we basically take filter type and filter terms, and we bring that in. So let's split the window. We already did this one. There's no sense in having it manually retyped again. We'll just paste that in like that. Okay, so we have filter type, filter term. We're saying that. And then this one's looking at filters to say, like, what are we looking for type of deal. We haven't set up the filters yet, like at all. So in order to set up the filters, we should look at our template for filters. And we can go down here and grab the entire thing. Okay, paste that in. All right. Now we have a constructor, our interface notification, which is fine. And then this one is talking about a filter type integer field. Well, it is an integer field. They're both integer fields, and we are missing an option here, right? Which is the selected value for the integer field. So I do think that, yeah, filter value. We have a correction to make in the template filters, and then we can also correct it in ours. So the integer field, we're going to basically say private integer nullable filter value integer field. And this one is public integer filter value integer field. The public version was a get and a set and a notify. Okay. So then that's the filter value. So to fix that in the template, we'll go here. We'll then paste this into here correctly, and then basically everything here that says integer field, okay, we're going to switch it with filter type ID. And that switches, just like so. Okay. Now, the next field we have is also an integer field. Okay. And we basically take everything that says filter type ID and we switch it with filter term ID within the selection. So then that works. Okay, simple enough. We have filter value. Now we have some other ones for like names or whatever. For right now, I don't think we need that. And we can remove it. Okay, then we have clear filters. Now clear filters stood as an example. We basically just want to set the filter values to null in both cases. So we're going to say filter value, filter term ID is also null, and that's going to be our clear filters. So let's build again. I know we have errors, 22 errors now. Okay, so this one is inside of the select statement, right? All right, we have a lot of errors going on here. We saw a few of them go past. So we then have selected filter type text field. Well, we don't really have a text field. It would be selected filter type filter term ID is not null. And then we would have to make sure that the filter value was larger, right? So this one here, basically, we then say filter value, filter term ID. We couldn't do is not equal that. We would say greater than or equal to 0. And we just say greater than 0 because we don't allow any filter term IDs that would be 0. And in this case, we would simply say and filter term ID would be equal to whatever value we were putting in. And down here, we would then insert that value. So we were previously stringing it together, but I don't think we need to do that. We would simply switch it to filter term ID. Okay, and then that's our variable here. So yeah, so this basically says I selected one, and we have that. And then up here, we're going to do another one. We're going to do the same thing, but with filter type. So we'll say filter term, which is to filter type within the selection. Okay, that's simple enough. Now, up here in add is where we used it. Yep, those are the ones I'm looking for. And so down here, we have it under command text is where we want to put it. Like so. So this isn't necessarily record filter type. This is then going to be filters filter type, right? So that's this one. So we would switch filters, select this filter type for filter. Sorry. selected filter term ID. Okay. Right. We would need the value, which is the ID itself. Wait. Should just be an ID, right? Filter type model. Oh. Alright, well. Filter type ID and filter term. Okay, let's go to definition. Let's find out what it is here. Okay, so filter term is still set up as a filter type. Like that. And so now we've switched it to filter term. Better. So this is the selected object, and behind it we have the ID and everything else. So that's where we need to pull that in. So the selected value wouldn't be the ID, it's the whole object. Oh, right. Right, it seems confusing because it seems duplicated because I have filter types applying to the filter term because we're essentially like using this model on itself. But it'll make sense. So we have this, and it says this may be null. Filters might be null. So essentially, what we would do is we would say if filters is not null, put this in a bracket, just like so. Now, it can't be null. Well, yeah, we'd have to say filters in general wasn't null, and then we would have to go through and say like the selected value was not null. So we could then say if filters dot selected filter type is not null. Okay, if filters dot selected filter term ID is not null. Okay, and that prevents null problems. It's only going to send the variable if it has them, which is good. And then this is going to be counting the matching records. This is going to be clearing the list. And then this is going to be setting up the default tracking stuff. And then we have the other pieces down here. Will happen very similarly to the list one or the get one here. Okay, so we have filter term, and we'll simply do that. Okay, and instead of saying return record, we're just going to switch it to record, like so. Very good. So yes, we're on line 600 now. We're on select. We now have the update statement where we're going to update the local table with the current timestamp with the modified by username. And then we have a couple of fields in here. We really don't have a lot of fields inside of an update statement because there's not a lot of fields to mess with. Simply just filter term ID and filter type ID. Just like that, where the primary key matches. And then we're saying if the record tracking is dirty, then, or it's not dirty, then check no changes. If the user wants to save changes, then do that, and then it does this. Okay, and our text field here, sorry, text field, which is replaced with filter type ID within our selection. Okay, and it's not really that simple because we would have to say filter type dot filter type ID. Okay, and then this is filter term ID. And then same thing here, filter term ID. Okay, that's simple enough. So our update statement is now done. And then our SQLite methods are done. Then our navigation methods should also be done. Go to is done. Go to list is done. And so all of our navigation methods are complete. So we have that. We have that. Let's see if it builds. We got to the bottom of the method, right? Build succeeded, failed, up to date. Okay, so build succeeded, that part works. That means we can run it, right? This whole time I was just trying to get back to interface control types, but it wouldn't let me because it wouldn't build. So now we have interface control types, we have a text box, we have a text box money, stuff like that, which we will come back to. Okay. All right, we are back, and now we can get some more stuff done. So we were able to run it on folder types because we corrected all the stuff there. We wanted to make sure we have the interface controls run and made and whatever. So let's grab that. This one we're really going to delete. Okay, so that one's done. Now, text boxes are one thing, date pickers, list boxes, stuff like that. So we want a date picker. Calendar date picker control, right? And that's BPP underscore continue. We're gonna add another one, and then we're gonna have list. We're gonna call it combo box. CMP. Okay. Another one. List box. Which would be LSB underscore continue. Alright, we're gonna make another one. Basically would have toggle buttons and something like yes, no options essentially. Toggle. Okay. So those are pretty common. So we got text box, date picker, combo box, list box, toggle button. I think that covers most of it. So that's various ID numbers. ID numbers really don't matter here, but we need to take what we have in SQLite and generate interface control types, data. These are these. We need to make sure that this pre-populates if we were to reset this. So this one, we don't really care about. We'll make that one go away. Confirm. All right. So then what we can do is we can say here, export table data. Next, we're going to set it to a file, and the file is going to be interface control type. Interface control type, yep. Go ahead, finish. Okay. So then what we can do is we can open up file picker, and we can go to that location. We're just going to open it with Notepad real quick. All right. And we simply just want these lines here for the insert statement. Why do we want that? Well, inside of the SQLite setup section, which is going to be in utilities, SQLite control interface control type. Take off that. Okay, so we have create SQLite table. Fine, let's create SQLite view. And I don't think we have a populate section. Interface control type. And if we do an underscore on this, we can see we have create, and that's it. So we don't have drop, and we don't have the other one. So we're going to make one. Table population, creation step type. Basically paste that in, and we'll replace creation step type with interface control type. Control type, just like that. And then this is where we can insert code like that. Alright, so this is our interface control type now. Now I have it as multiple lines, and that's what we're gonna do. Is we're just gonna do each statement as its own line. Okay, why is that doing that? Because it's being dumb. Alright. Yeah, we just need a closing. Like that. Okay, so we have those things. Yep. And so what we can do to standardize these is previously the ID numbers were kind of all over the place. 1, 7, 8, 9, 10. We can really make these like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Make it nice and simple. These have the current timestamps on. I'm not really worried about it. Alright. And it has the username. Again, not worried about it. So we have those things, which works for me. So we have populate SQLite table interface control type. Excellent. Now, that's not being used anywhere, but we will need to make sure it does. So populate SQLite tables is default data. We go down here. We basically do the same thing. We now call it from this location during that part. So populate default data, save. Excellent. Now we need a drop table. Okay. Basically the same thing, but we're going to put the table name back in here. So this is going to be interface control type. I thought I had it closer in. No, we don't. So we'll just do this interface control type. Okay. And that's essentially this table. Boom. Done. Drop table if exists interface control type. Pretty simple. And then we can save, copy that. And if we need to drop all tables, up here, we can do that too. Alright, so that's drop all. Okay, and then we have table population here, which has populate all somewhere down here. Excellent, and then this one is create all views, which same thing, it's already there. Okay, and then this one's create all tables. So create all tables, create all views, populate all tables. Those can probably be nested within their appropriate section. So populate, so about to populate, create all tables. I think it's put at the end of table creation, which is fine with me. Minimize that. Minimize that. Okay, and then we have create all views, which will then go in the end of the view creation. Okay. That just makes much more sense, I think. Alright, so there's a section here for basically, database. Database. Okay. And we can make a new region of that. We can simply say database name. And then we'll go here with a new end region for our database name. Alright. This one is standard template field. So that's just a string that we'll use in the template creation and table kind of creation stuff. Which makes it super easy to work with. And then creation process is just like as we're notifying stuff, and we have a SQLite call. Alright, easy enough. Close that. Okay, so the ID numbers at this point for filter terms and types don't mean that much, because really what we're looking for, I think, is the filter terms, because that's what we'll use. So these basically say like which one is it using. So this is 1 through 18. The filter term ID has to come out when we have the list of the other one. So when we're looking at filter type, filter term, simple, we will also need another ID, and we're going to say filter type, filter term ID. We're just going to have as a, what do we call it, a filter term ID, like this, filter term ID. So then the selection, boom, okay, that's going to be a lowercase, this is going to be a lowercase, and then that's a lowercase as well. We have that. So this means whenever this is used, and we populate this value, so to speak, we have to get the filter term ID. This one does not matter to me. It's actually irrelevant. So we can take filter type ID out, I think, or we just don't use it. I think for now we'll take filter term ID, bring it in. We can decide later if we want to eliminate that. Okay, so we have the filter type, filter term ID, which then indicates which row in here it is with the filter term, and that helps us get the rest of the information. Filter term is then the string. So that should make some sense. Save that. All right. Now these are the actions, essentially. And now this is where we can get super quick with it. So we have our general methods, all right, our SQLite methods. We have our navigation methods. And then we're going to put in a new region called shortcut methods for this. So we're going to put in region shortcut methods. And okay. So when we're in SQLite and we are returning a list based on an ID, well, we're going to make a very similar one down here that's going to call that one. And this one's going to be a public. Sorry, we're just going to place this in. No, not that one. Sorry, public. We're going to return an observable collection of filter type, filter term, simple models. Okay, and we're going to call this one text filters. Yeah, text filters. So we don't need any inbound filters. We're just going to do that. So this one, of course, is going to say, oh, must have a return type. That is the return type. And then text filters expected. Well, that's fine. What we'll go is we'll go over here to templates, and we'll grab template code block. So we want a method that essentially returns some stuff, and we're going to grab this. We're going to tweak it. Okay. So we'll take an observable collection, and we're going to call this return list. Wait, something is off. Oh, right. This, okay, yeah, this is an array of those. So that's the return type. That makes more sense. This needs to be, yeah, like that. So this is then the return list. Okay. The return list is a new observable collection of filter term type like that. Okay. We don't need to do the action completed. That we don't need. Okay, and then it's going to return the return list at the end. So it has that part. Now what we're going to do is we're going to reuse this one, and we're basically going to say the return list is going to be equal to this list, okay? But we're going to give it an ID number. And what we can see is in here, the filter types that we're expecting might be like date or date range, which is number 1. And this is for text filters. So text filters is actually going to be number 6. So we're going to give it a number 6. And we'll do this. So list filter types integer filter type ID cannot implicitly convert Boolean. So this is that. So we will use the get instead. So we'll just do this. Filter type filter. Shit. Okay, that's not it either. This one's supposed to return observable collection. Return list is the new observable collection. So it's essentially that. Cannot implicitly convert filter type filter term model. So get filter type filter term. This is returning the regular model. This one is returning the simple model. So I want this one. And we'll just do that. So when text filters comes in, that should return the simple model, which includes all that pre-filtered to text filters. Okay, that should make sense. And then we should be able to do something else. Basically the same exact thing from text filters, but we're going to do date filters, which is number 1. Okay, and then we're going to do date filter. Now, we're technically returning the filter terms. So to clarify, it's going to be date filter terms and text filter terms, just like that. And both of these are returning lists. So it's going to just put it up in the static, and then it's going to send it out, and that's where we're going to populate our filter terms from. Like, where are we going to use this? Well, if we go into, say, our SQL Server filters here, we will need filter, this says filter types. Why does it say filter types? These are filter types. So technically we need filter terms, which, okay, that might make sense. Because these are filter types, which is like date values, whatever. Filter terms are the one we want. So I think right. So this is the observable for the list, just to show it. It's going to be like simplified filter terms, right? And then the selected one, in order to get one, it would also have to be a simple one. Yeah, I think. Do I have that in here? Filter term models. Yeah, this is simply just, I mean, this is like all of the options, but we don't have a simple model for filter terms. That's essentially all we need is like the ID number, because that's what we're sending. I'm going to use this in a more complicated one, but all right, well, new model for me. Class, filter, term, simple model. Okay, public, notify, property changed. Perfect. Line up the constructor. All right, let's grab our template, simple model. Yep, makes sense. Paste that in. Okay, and this is filter term. So we have is selected as a Boolean. Then we're going to replace everything with record ID with filter term ID, make that case sensitive. Okay, and then we'll turn around and do that. We don't need to format this. That's unneeded. Okay, we have the ID here, and we have text field. And essentially text field is going to replace it with filter term. And then we'll do lowercase as well, filter term. Okay. So this is now the simple model for filter terms. So we basically can identify, if it's selected, what's the filter term and what's the filter term, right? Which is the ID, which is going to be sent, and then the term, which is going to be displayed. Okay. Oops, what just happened? There we go. Save. All right, filter term, simple models. So when we're doing filter type filter terms, which is this one, our actions, it might make more sense just to return the simple of the filter term. Yep. So huh. Pretty sure I hosed this all up by changing it, but essentially this is going to be get simple list, filter type, filter terms, SQLite with an integer, and we can switch this up because we're essentially just getting the filter terms based on that. Probably could have done that within the filter term actions instead of this one, but that's fine, I guess. So then this is get simple list, filter term, SQLite. Okay, that's dates, and then this is text, and then this is going to be filter term, SQLite. And again, this is not filter type, filter term, it's just going to be filter term. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, these then get output as filter terms. Save. So text, filter terms, copy. So if we look at SQL Server action, sorry, filters, SQL Server filters, we would say it's a filter term simple model, okay, which is this one. So it's not really filter types as much as it's filter terms, um, which is fine. I think we can switch that because we had it reversed. So this one is then filter type, which we're going to switch to filter term, filter term, filter term. All right, so this is the selected, and we'll do the all switch on this. So basically everything here that says filter type is going to be filter term within selection. Yeah. Okay. So these are filter terms for SQL name. These are yeah, we're going to have to switch it again because we had it at caps sensitive. Okay. Selection. There we go. So we have filter terms, selected filter term for SQL Server name, selected filter term for SQL Server name, filter value for SQL Server name. Okay, that should make sense. So those are those. This is clear filters. Now, to get the filters, we would have to say public void populate filter filter terms. Okay, which essentially we would then say filter terms SQL Server name are going to equal we would have to call the actions not in filter term, but in filter type filter term actions here, which is like text filter terms, which since we're returning filter term models, I wonder if we don't just put that inside of the filter terms actions, because that would make more sense, I think. We could do the whole shortcut there. Okay, we can take this, save, go into filter term actions, excellent, like so. All right, so what does this mean? Well, this says get simple list filter term SQLite. And if we go to here, get simple list filter term SQLite, yep, that's this one. We'll X that out. And we'll go up here to filter term actions. And I think we can just put that one up here. This is then list filter type filter term SQLite. Yeah. So inside of here, this one, which we're going to pull out, we're going to put over here. Okay, so this is list filter term. Yeah, based on a filter type ID, essentially. So list filter terms is up here, right? But we probably want a simple list of filter terms. get, okay, yep, list filter term from SQLite based on the filter type ID, and then it returns that, which is that. So it puts it up in there, and then it pops it back out, and that part should work. And then now the shortcut methods in this case, we're returning a collection for date filters based on a filter of 1, returning text filters based on the filter of 6. Okay, and then we'll have to put a bunch of the other ones in here. But essentially, this is now filter term actions. Yeah. So we would need an act filter terms actions event, I think, inside of the SQL Server. They're not static methods. So we have filter terms. Yeah, populate filter terms. So we can probably just use it here, and we would say something like filter term actions, filter terms equals new. Okay, so filter terms for SQL Server name is equal to filter terms, text filter terms. Boom. Okay, and then that means filter terms for, say, SQL Server description, which is here. Okay, which, yeah, we're going to take filter term, simple, and replace it with that inside of here. And then we'll also replace any reference of filter types. Go with filter types, filter terms selection. Yeah, like that. So we have filter terms, filter terms, filter terms. Okay, selected filter type. Like that. Selected filter term, okay, and then filter value for SQL Server description. So save copy. So now filter terms for SQL Server description will equal filter terms dot text filter terms. And that becomes its own value of that on collection. Okay, copy that. So when SQL Server filters gets run, and this is in the view model, okay, we would, this is populate filters, which we don't need, right? Populate filters actually just becomes super easy now of filters dot populate filter terms. Okay. And this gets called during the load event. Filters then get told to populate the filter terms, and we should be able to go from there. So let's see how that works. We're going to go to the SQL Server list. Once we unbreak it, apparently. So cannot convert. Wait, what is this? List filter term SQLite. Right. filter term simple model. Okay, so filter term simple model, just like that. And this isn't needed. Filter term ID, filter term name, and it returns. Save. Build. Okay, so selected filter type equals server name. Again, this is probably going to be just filter term. Yep. Yep. Okay. Try again. Okay. Now more just equal servers. We don't see any of them. We didn't see an error though, which is a good thing. So let's go to SQL servers views list. And I do believe we have a couple of controls in line with this one that are probably set to collapse or to invisible or something. So quick filter. No, wrong box. Tab control, filters, grid, step filter, label, grid, combo box. Here it is. So visibility says collapsed. We're going to get rid of that. All right. Filter terms, SQL Server name. And then this one is going to be selected, filter term, SQL Server name. Okay. But we're going to say min width of, say, 50. Okay. Maybe 70. Better. Save. All right. So we have this option. It should, because we're dealing with filter terms now, not filter types, we just have to switch the content. Okay, we have a selected value path and display member path and item source and selected item. Yeah, let's give it a shot. The key is, do we run into errors? We didn't run into errors, but we're also not displaying any values. So I guess the question is, filter term SQL Server name, go to definition, which is here. Is this getting populated anywhere? Okay, it has a one reference, which is here. Yep, populate filter terms. So we just need to find out what is coming out. Continue. All right, so we got here SQL Server name. Does it give us values? Count to 0. So text filter terms, go to definition. All right, so this didn't return anything. You know what? I'm expecting to get a result from the database, but filter type, filter term, this table, the only one it has right now for a type is number 1. Um, so that's going to be for dates, not for text. So I would have to make one for text. So let's go to filter types. And inside of the text search, we would need to know the applicable filter terms so we can change those. But to make sure we're doing it right in the first place, let's go here for filter type, filter term, add a record. Filter term, we would say contains for text searches. We're going to keep that. We'll add another one, and we will say begins with. That's going to be for text search. Keep that. All right, so we should have begins with and contains, and does not contain 6. Another one does not end with 6. Keep that. All right, so does that give me the result I want? For records. Nothing in the combo box. Okay. But why not? We have text filter terms being referenced for SQL Server name, which is here. Okay. Okay. So we have the property change now, and that could definitely be part of it. Try again. Fantastic. So now we have begins with, contains, does not contain, does not end with. We should be able to say contains T apply. Okay. That is exciting. But we need to know default, the default filter. In this case, I want it to be contains. So I guess how do I set default? I think if we took the value one in filters, then we have selected huh. We would have to find it, right? Because when we did it inside of go to database on detail view, combo box. We have a selected value and a selected value path. So we just get a collection of items back, essentially, for the filter. So populate filter terms, and we say, hey, here's a, here's a list. So I think we can probably find it inside of the filter terms based on a number, because we can loop through and then based on the criteria, we could do that. We'll populate filter terms. So we have clear filters, and I think when we're trying to like set default filters, we could make another model or another item here and just say set default filter terms. Okay. Now for our purposes, we can go down to the code block and we can grab a method with no return, basically like this. Paste that in. And we would say for each, yeah, filter term simple model in, so we're going to call it filter term in list filter terms SQL server name if filter term ID equals, okay, so we go to our filter terms, no, here, filter terms contains is filter term number 4. So if filter term ID number 4, then we would say selected filter term SQL name equals filter term. Selected filter term yeah. Type integer to Boolean. Oh, right. Okay, so essentially if the term is 4, selected filter term, how do I exit a for each loop at this point? Sorry, no, this one is this one. Yep. Okay. How do I exit a for each loop early? break. Okay. So, knowing that, we can do the same thing for filter term SQL description. We can say, hey, if it's for, set the selected filter term to that filter term as well. Okay, and break out. So save, copy. All right. Essentially, populate filter terms and then set default filter terms. And then when we do our clear filters, we would basically do the same thing, is set default filter terms. Okay, easy enough. Well, that works. Let's stop and restart. All right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And we have contains. Right now defaulted to contains. Excellent. All right. So I think that works really well. We're now looking for all results that do not contain something. And we can build that in to this. So if we wanted everything that contained test, we could then find everything that contained test. If we want the opposite of does not contain test, now we have to fix it. Okay. Now we go to server and filters, actions, sorry, actions. These work with the filters, and the only one that does is this one, SQL Server Filters. And this basically says where the server ID is greater than or equal to 0 and filters is not null, and the selected filter name, selected filter term for the filter name is not null if the filter value is not blank and the filter value is not null, which technically I have that reversed because it would have to be not null first. Um, but we need another outer if um, or a case, or do we have a case? Select, no, I think it's just if filters dot selected filter term for filter name dot filter term ID equals 4. This is where we would insert the SQL Server name. And kind of like that. And I think that makes it a little bit easier to work with because after we've done that, we can insert the variables after execute reader here. Right. So we could go to template, SQLite, actions, SQLite commands, not drop, not create, not populate. Sorry, these are table commands. We want methods, add, yep, which is then here, and then we can insert this. So yeah, that should treat the where the same way. So this is now to go here. Parameters would be SQL Server name. Okay, so we have filter value SQL Server name, which is fine, I guess. So we would just say if filters is not null, then we input the filter for the name. Otherwise, we don't need to because we wouldn't have anything to work with. So this is going to do like SQL Server name, and I'm fairly confident this will work. But what I am going to do is I'm going to put a break here. Save, play. We're going to see if this works again. Still, with the condition, I mean. So we go to our servers. Okay, we can take this off. We can take this off. We can let's try it. And then if we went with test, apply, continue, did not work. Okay, so when we apply it this time, we would say sub-select and copy that, move over to Notepad. No, that's not it. We want sub-select. All right, so how did I do SQLite? All right, so if we did SQLite with parameter commands, to where clause for text with wildcards. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Like and pattern. Yeah. Yeah. So we have that part using parameters. Okay. So how to use parameters. We use SQLite, compare clause. Hmm. Yeah. Advanced querying with SQLite, parameterized queries. Yeah. Huh. Hmm. Yeah. How do I do it in the with a like clause? All right. So we have like. What if we just did this? And now try it. Insufficient parameters. No. Do we have SQL Server name? Oh, add with value. All right. Servers. Continue. Test. Filter. Really? Okay. Well, that's not helpful. Well, if I hit, not that, if open this and we hit apply, if count is select, we can simply take that and go to SQLite Studio, where we can do a new query. And if this ended up being like T or something, I think the problem is that worked, but I think the issue is the extra quotes. But SQL Server name using parameters and wildcards. Interesting. So this won't be needed here. That would be done down here, where it inserts the value of it. Um, so is then filter value, does that, so we're saying this is filter number 4, right, which is the one that we want, and we're also saying it does not equal null. Filter value is then going to equal it uses a double quote, but we can do a double quote, or we can try a double quote like that. If we save it and we refresh it, this basically says, hey, I'm going to put the wildcards on the other side, and then I'm going to use the wildcards here. So if we do continue, fine, we do test, apply. It's not getting down here. So why are the filters being treated as null now? We need the filters. What if we just took out? What if we took out this? Refresh that. It didn't get there. Wait, am I just doing it wrong? Because execute reader would have to be after parameters, right? So template actions. When we do this select, execute reader is here. I don't think that's correct. Yeah, execute reader for actions is after the parameters get added, not before. Okay, so which would be here. So that contain. Oh, interesting. It changed it to include those because we changed the value. So right, but if all it did was strap those, I wonder if we don't need single quotes because that's really all it did. So if we put a percentage here and a percentage here, we take this out, because clearly we don't want that, but we have SQL Server name here. Or do we have to put double quotes around? Like that right now. Following errors occurred near SQL Server name. Well, that's not surprising. All right, so now we're getting double quotes. But there's got to be a way. Let's try that. So, like, search pattern, add with value. So this is the search pattern, and that's the value. So search pattern and your value would be here. But how would we determine which one to show based on the value? Right up top, we're saying if the selected filter term is not null and filter value, so selected filter term is not null and the filter term is 4, we essentially end up with the filtered value posting a different thing. So it didn't like the doubles. Let's see if we have it somewhere else in this project. Now, add the parameter with wildcard. Right. Now, if that's the where clause, okay, go to SQL Server, actions, we have the select. Basically, we say the filter name does not equal null, and filter term ID is 4. Okay, when we know it's not null, and the term ID is 4, and the filter value is not null, and it's not length string, and it's not null. We'll do those in order. Basically, all of these conditions are true. Right. So this just needs to insert the SQL Server name, the parameter of the server, as a string. But if its filter term is 4, or begins with, or ends with, or whatever, and then what do we put it down here? Because we would have to say ampersand plus ampersand plus, something like that. And we'd have to have logic here when we insert the parameters. There's the value itself. Unless we just establish another variable for the parameter value, and we do all of that up top. So we could have a bank of variables here for items we filter. So we can say something like nullable string, SQL server name, filter value, right? And then in here, if we say and filter value is going to be equal to this plus yeah, I mean, we would have to say filter value SQL server name plus that, and then this becomes the filter value. That's the SQL server name. Take that out. And then down here, we wouldn't have this. We would just say SQL server name parameter value, right? No. Yeah, that might be, but that would be fine because this, you take an object with a value of null. Okay, so save that, execute errors after all the parameters get put on. We can go to SQL servers, we can talk to open it, we find the parameter, we add it in, we say tst, we hit go, it did an error. Okay. Not the easiest way about going about it, but it could work, because then in here, this is saying it's the filter term is not null, and the filter term is 4, and we have a filter value. So then, to prevent myself from getting confused, I think we change this string to parameter value. Okay, parameter value gets the wildcards. And essentially, you would be saying if the filter term is not null, well, filter value could be those things. Could be null and could be blanks. I don't need those per se. So if it's a null or a blank string, won't matter. So we have that. So that's parameter, and it adds the like to it. So from here, we're saying if the parameter is equal to 4. But if the parameter was equal to something else, and it's not a full wildcard search, like, not like is does not contain, which is parameter number 5. So we could take this same chunk and we would say it's equal to 5, and we would say not like server name. Okay, is not like a variable as a text string, does not contain. Grab this one. We'll grab this one. Refresh this. A text search does not contain. All right. So if we revamp this, we want to build errors. Go figure. Okay. So filter value SQL server parameter. Next. Okay, we have servers, and we can do that, and we can do that. Very good. So we want to say does not contain test. Fantastic. Fantastic. So we can just follow the same procedure for contains, does not contain, whatever, for each parameter that we want to filter on, and this should prevent us from having injection issues, and then it's perfectly understandable. We want stuff that contains that. We want a description that contains something else, and it doesn't do that. Okay, so if we know that we have 4 and 5 for this side, we just have to do the same thing for this side for filter. Yep. So we would take SQL Server name, replace it with SQL Server description within the selection, replace that, and that should now work as well. And then we can set up regions around each one of these. So we can then say region, SQL Server name filters. And region. Okay. Region. SQL Server description filters. And region. That works for me. And then we have the order by, the limit, the offset, all that fun stuff back here. And the parameters that have to be entered is going to be server name. We're going to replace that with server description down here. We can just replace it by hand, like so. So now we have description, and this one will also be description. We'll go to the definition of this one. So this is now the parameter that gets passed, and that makes a lot more sense. So we have a string parameter and a string parameter, and that makes sense. Makes sense to me. All right, so we can go to servers, and we have contains. We need to unhide contains inside the description. So we go in here. filters and actions, buttons, columns, stack panel, tab control, type item, filter controls, SQL server name, yep, description, filter terms, SQL server description, selected, SQL server description, term ID, save. Okay. And then the text box next to it, I think would get the same binding. Definitions. So this is SQL server description. Filter term. Yep. In the text box here, filter value. Filter value, SQL server description. No. Filter value, SQL server description. Save. Refresh that. SQL servers. Now we both have contained, and yet we have no results. Why do we have no results? It didn't go down there. And then I didn't get anything back. Which is a little weird, I think. SQL server name. SQL server description parameter never got anywhere. Why? So it's 4. It should have gotten up here. Oh, right, because we never set parameter properly. Okay. Let's revamp that again. Okay, SQL servers. Now we have descriptive parameter, and we did not get into here. I'm curious as to why, when we say if filters does not equal null, it just doesn't. Oh wait, this isn't this isn't a break. It's highlighted for something else. Why is this line highlighted? I don't understand why this is reduced local for command parameters add value. Why? That doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, so if we want here, basically saying that filters does not equal null. We know filters doesn't equal null. It shouldn't equal null. Alright, we know that part works. There. Right, SQL server name is wildcard, SQL server description name is wildcards. Huh. But we would only need them if they're being added, right? And not like string. So, I mean, instead of repeating that variable every time, what if we just wrapped it all up in one? We could say that the server name okay, so then this is the filter value equals server name. Alright, let's try that and see if it works. What if we didn't make these nulls? So SQL server name get return null. Go to definition. but it's still returning null, even though it's a blank string. Okay, so to combat that, we would have to say it's not null. It's not equal null, just like that. And if we did the same thing here, and then these don't seem to have the issue. At least not yet. This one. Okay. Those are both null, which is fine. So I can pass null values. Contains has nothing, but if I say contains test, and I hit go, now it finds my test one, and if I want its description contains E, and I hit continue, now it finds my E, and it combines the filters. But if I hit does not contain E, and I hit continue, it finds my other values. It only found one of the values. It didn't find the other one. This one is null. I guess the problem is we are saving null values instead of blank strings. It does not end with, yeah, it does not end with E, and this is not configured yet, so I got nothing there. So that one didn't work, but the drop-down options are present. Okay. The next one. All right. And I mean, the drop-downs work, which is awesome. If we hit clear filters, it clears, it goes back to normal, it gives me my results. That part worked again. So that's fantastic. That makes it like super easy. And we can just hide the filters. We have what we're looking for. And if we wanted to go to a specific record ID, like say 4, we can put that in, hit go, and it takes me straight to record 4, which is awesome. Now the edit and save here is not working, so that's a problem, but I gotta check on my grading. All right, now I'm back. And now we can really try and take this a step further, right? Now there's this option on the side of the grid. I think it's a record selector of some sort, and I don't really like it. But I'm not sure that I can make it go away. So I think there may be some experimenting. But a couple things to fix in here so we don't have any quick filters. We have our data grid, have our 2 set to order results. I think that's because each time I come to this screen, it was adding it again, or maybe only when I was navigating back. I was curious as to how. There it is. So if I navigate to this and then I come back to this, it's populating over and over again. The order results by is. So that I don't want to do that. And page to display isn't getting any new ones, but order results by is. So let's figure out that bug. So we have the list view, we have the list view model, and we'll minimize this. So we have filter collections, which we actually don't need. We don't need these filter collections at all. Those go away. Okay. Go to record ID. That's based on something that they're selecting. Populate filters. Here we go. So we populate filters, switch filter visibility, populate page options, populate order by options. Okay, and that's this option here essentially. So this is here. When page loads, it's doing this. But I'm pretty sure that between page options, page filters, order by options, we only need to populate them if they aren't already populated. So populate page options should check to see if the list is present, and then only do it then. And we can say if list count list page standard fields list page options equals 0. Then we have this, and this populates the options, but that should work, right? And we wouldn't need to clear it because it didn't have values. So this then gets the selected page display, and then the summary page gets that one. So that makes sense. Let's populate page options. Populate order by options. Same deal. This only needs to happen if it doesn't already have data. So if count equals 0, and option 1 would have to come from here. Okay, so this is option 1, and my thought is we could then do like option 2, or option 2 ID number descending, save. Okay, and then the selected one is option 1. That's assuming that there isn't already a select order option. So we have populate order by, yeah. So populate page options, go to definition. So we took care of that one. Populate filters, go to definitions. Populate filters essentially says filters.populate filter terms. So this is just another level of something that we don't need. So now that I broke it, we can we'll hit build. It's gonna tell me something doesn't work, and that's okay. Expected. There we go. So the filters populate filter terms. Pretty straightforward. Yeah, so we have our page options, and then we have our filter terms, and then we have our order by options, and then we say get data. Okay, where else are we telling it to get data? When we click the button, we get the data. When the page loads, we get the data. When we change the source of the text box or the number of pages, we get the data. So essentially, we get the data at a bunch of different times. Good boy. All right. All right. Let's see. So we get the data, we get the data, we get the data, we get the data. All right. So this one gives us a new one. This one goes to the database list. This one clears the filters, and gets the data. Okay, and then this one, SQL Server name, key down. Essentially, if we pressed enter, we get the data. But yeah, want to do it. Okay, that's fine. So we have this filter tab visibility thing, which I guess isn't always on a list page. That's why it's out here, because certain list pages have it and certain list pages don't. Yeah, so what's in our list page model? How many records we have, which page number we're on, how many total records, page options, the order by options, which page we're going to display, which order by we're going to display, which summary page we're going to display. And then go to next page and go to previous page. Both of those options have the current page indicator. Okay, it's working, which is a good thing. All right, so that means if we go to the list, okay, we go to SQL servers, and our issue now is that we have a data grid, but we don't have a data summary. And the data summary should be showing. So we have our summary view, which really doesn't have a whole lot in it. SQL summary view model, definition, doesn't really have a lot of fields. But one of them we're going to do is private integer count records, public integer count records. Okay, we have notify property change. Excellent there. This is SQL Server summary view model. This one is going to have a thing to SQL Server summary view model. And this one, the text block, is going to have a binding to count records. Okay, that's pretty basic. Now, SQL Server summary view has the data context and has page loaded. But the view model doesn't get any data. The data grid's load event tells it to go get data. And essentially, it says go get the list that I want to show from the Actions tab. Show it. And the Actions tab has this list that's static. So I wonder if we add a class here for the summary. That's essentially the model that we're looking for, right? Right now, I don't think it's being used anywhere. It's only referenced here. And so we have a summary model. We have a summary view model. Summary view model that just needs to reference the model. So we would say private SQL Server summary model. Summary data equals new public SQL Server summary model, summary data, yeah. Like so. The view model has that, and then from the methods perspective, would also have a public void get data. Okay, which the data for the summary view model is going to be looking very similar to the data grid view model, which essentially says, you know, this list that I have is going to be from the Actions tab. So if I go to where this is and I set up okay, so we have the first part of this, and we basically have our filters, and we have our count, and we have all that stuff, and then here we're adding the parameters, and then we're reading the data. So in this case, it's saying list page fields with matching records. We can also do summary SQL servers count. No, but summary SQL servers should equal a SQL Server summary model. Wait, how is this still not changed? I thought I just changed this. that's annoying. Okay. Private integer count records. Public integer count records. Get. Return. Set. No. Count. Records value. Notify property changed. Like so. Save. Great. Copy that. Great. Close that. Great. So down here, where we're getting values, we can then say count records equals. Okay, so that's our summary. We have matching records. Yeah. We can count any number of things. That just happens to be that one. Okay, so we get that. That's SQL summary. So when the summary view opens, we tell it to get data, or the definition of that. Get data means summary data equals SQL server actions.summary SQL servers. No, it's a property. There we go. So that equals that. And then, because this is being set this way, it should have a property change. So that should work. This here, we'll hit go. Nothing appeared here. Okay. So if nothing appeared there, why not? SQL Server list view. This one, looking at summary page to display, which is what its finding is. Go to the definition of that. This page is being set up here. So put the block there. This is SQL Server summary view page. Server summary view. New view. Same with up here. Select the page to display is page. This one, summary page to display, is summary page. So it should get here and put that in place. Both of them have notes in it. Okay, and this is summary page display. The only difference is this just says new page. And that's a page display model. Which, so if we went to the definition of this, page itself is a Windows control. So I wonder if that's a model with that in it. I can just do this. So it got us here. Continue. Still didn't display anything. have a border, we have frame. Frame summary page, source is summary, page display. This one, content. Are we kidding me? It's that simple? It's the wrong tag. So I went to content equals summary page to display instead of source. What does that mean? That means we actually get there. Okay. So we have that part now. Okay, so we have the view model, we have the iNotify property changed, but the data being shown isn't right. So the data grid, we have a page loaded event. Yeah, we have a page, we have a summary, new view, we have a data context, new view model. They say, hey, the page loads, we go get data. And the data we get is going to be the summary and the actions, which is here. Very similar to just going to get the list. So when we got the list though, yeah, we didn't have to set it. Here we don't have to set it. But in the couple of places that we do this one with the data grid, we do a notify property changed, name of list SQL servers. So if I did the same thing, so that the data grid code behind here, we hit get data, go to select, and that was it. Yeah, so it's the get data piece after this. So we can go to the summary code behind, and we get data. I'll compare those two. It's inside the get data then. For the definition, so get data here. We can refresh that. Still nothing there. Okay, well, why is there nothing there? We should be able to get it. SQL servers. Okay, we know that we're getting the summary page, which is a new summary page, which is fine. That part's fine. VM get data. We got that. Summary data. Oh, wait. Summary SQL servers count records is 12. Yeah, count records is 12. So it's blank though. The summary view count records. Remember, not found. Summary data count records. There we go. That's the issue, is it wasn't found that way. So summary data count records, and then if we did like TE, now it's 3. Okay. Yeah, the whole point of the summary page is just to give us something to work with. Summarizing found data. That makes sense to me. Now, that means we can actually, we have counted records. So this says SQL servers, okay, SQL servers like that. All right, and then we could have a number for related databases. SQL contained SQL database. Okay. Contains SQL databases. Well, if we simply change our actions property a little bit, because when we go to select all the data here, this one says from the SQL server. Well, the SQL server could contain a count. So we just have to go to here. Okay, so we'll go to our SQLite. We can go to the SQL server. And that's pretty easy then add a field kind of like this. As count SQL databases. And then it would be select count from SQL databases where we can take that, we can open up the SQL editor just here, and if we run that, it says there's an error. Okay, and then that tells us how many databases are in each server, 1, 1, 2, 3, etc. So we just take this back to here. We can then confirm that, and we have count SQL databases. So when we try and count them here from the SQL server, we could sum the rest. So we would simply put comma, sum, count SQL databases as sum, count SQL databases. Okay, and that would give us our total there. And we can even put the number of databases into the model for SQL Server and work with it there. But in order for it to be in the summary, we would have to go to the definition of this, summary, definition of the model here, and we would say private, integer, count SQL databases, sum, let's say sum count, We'll put that underscore back in there too. Okay, so then we have some count of databases. So that's in the summary model. It's in the actions. And we just have to make sure that we capture it. Some count SQL databases. And we have a name. Yep. Okay, save. Close that, close that. If we go to the summary page, which is here, we can then swap out this number, make it binding, summary, some count, database. Run that. This out, take these out, we know it works now. Okay, so that says 12 servers, 4 databases. Honestly, if we just simply went test and apply, now 3 servers, 1 database. That works really smooth. Save and delete buttons aren't the right spots over here, but that's not horrible. Okay. And if we went over here, we could then see what databases, but I don't think these ones have any. We'd have to go here, databases. This doesn't seem to have any content or schemas or whatever. So this button would have to then pull the databases from that table and show them in here. Yeah, that should work. Okay. All right, so we have our summary on the right. Now we want the right-hand pane to shrink. So we could go to the list and go to column definitions. It has 3 columns. And I do believe we can just set the width to auto on the 3rd column, and it does exactly that. So now our summary tab is much more reasonable in size, and our filters can be adjusted. We can show the filters, apply the filters. The summary responds quite quickly. Excellent. That's a good thing. So we have these other buttons that aren't very clear, that just say related. And so those can be changed. We have these options. They both say descending. Why do they both say descending? That doesn't help. So let's go to our list view model. And I do believe it's where we said we were going to populate the order by options. My guess is, yep, that's exactly what it is. We just started tweaking option number 1 and re-added it. So now we have option number 2. Option number 1 is ascending. Option number 2 is descending. And we should have that set. So now we can go to servers. We can see our options. Excellent. We have to get our order by options to give us the data in a specified order. So we have to give it options like, oh, I want to sort it by the server name. And yeah, I can click on these things and have them sorted this way for what's here. Interesting. Gets me to a null record. Alright, so I actually have to correct that double click to make sure I'm not going to navigate to a null record either. All right. All right. Oh, that's all fine. Okay. So we need to make sure the order results by function works, and I can bring that information over. I'm pretty confident that we could probably set the order by SQL to be an option behind the scenes. Because right now, this is the visible one. That's just a number. And then when we want to use it inside of, say, the Actions tab here, right now it's pulling like by number, but that doesn't make sense. All we have to do is say, is it not null? Is it greater? And then we can pull the SQL, I think. I think that makes the most sense. So if we went with models, order by, yeah, we could do order by SQL. We do private string order by SQL, public string order by SQL. Okay, so that's order by SQL, save, copy. So let's go find the ones where we do, where we create it for the SQL Server one. I think it's in the list view model here. And what we can do is then we can say option one, order by SQL, would be equal to name the name of the field. What's the name of the field? I'm losing my mind here. SQL Server ID. Yes, that one. SQL Server ID ascending. like so, right? And that means we can go down here and do SQL Server descending. Just like that. That means we can apply more than one of them. But if that means we can, not there, SQL Server Summary view model, no, this page now view model. So it's SQL Server Actions here, where we're trying to set up the order by, which is down here. We can simply say, order by SQL does not equal blank string. Okay, so essentially we're saying if the order by SQL does not equal a blank string, then insert the order by SQL from the selected item. And then the select statement, we're stating give us a limit on record per page and an offset by. But couldn't we simplify this? Because right now we're doing two calls to this. And I think that if we went to our list page fields and our list page model, we could do like a read only, offset, and fetch command. And it would match what we're looking for the string. So it's like limits and offset. Right. Yeah, we can do that. Oops, deleted it. Copy it. So we go to list page fields, records per page. We just go to the definition here. Okay. And then we would do public string. What do we say? Limit offset equal string limit offset equal get string builder SB equals new string builder SB append limit records per page like that, offset by limit offset. Okay, and then we would simply say return SB to string. Okay, makes sense to me. Limit offset SQL now can be reused in here, and we don't need all of this. We would simply do SB underscore select dot append list page fields dot limits offset SQL. Okay. But if now where does that? And I'm pretty confident that since, well, no, where doesn't go on at the end. Limit offset one. That's fine. That's irrelevant. It just splits it up into two commands. So this basically says, you know, put that the end of the argument in there and then do the select argument. easy. And then we insert our parameters for our name and our description, because that's inserting the stuff up here, right, under filters. There's only like 60 lines in here. It's ridiculous. So right now I have the options for 4 and 5. This is assuming the filtered term has been selected completely. Probably wrap it in the outside. But that only handles number 4, number 5. Yeah, so the parameter equals server name parameters. Why am I setting it twice? Right. No, the parameter is still the same. It's just the SQL is not the same. Okay. So we really only need to set the parameter once. Well, we really only do, because if it's 4, it sets it that way, and it doesn't go into the next one. 5. Okay. It works. It's not super clean. And I'm repeating a lot of stuff, unfortunately. So SQL Server name, and we have SQL Server description. And yeah, that seems to work. Okay. It does say filters does not equal null. Okay. Well, that all makes sense, I guess. So when we have a SQL Server model, then we have a collection of child databases that we can populate. And when we go into the detail via model and we wanted to get the related databases, which is here, related SQL databases, which is a list page, a list page model of related SQL databases. It's a weird one. It's not being used. Okay, so I'm not sure what to do with this one. Oh, right. No, I do. Okay. The tab itself is showing a subpage. So when we go to here, we have all of these components which are controlled by the list page. And then we could show a page instead of just a data grid of results. Very similar to how we would show a page of the other ones. Now, because we're inside of a server, we don't need all the same fields, and we might not need the same page. So I wonder if we just name it by its hierarchy. SQL Server Detail SQL Databases View, or SQL Server SQL Databases View. That would be shorter. It wouldn't keep it in the same naming. It wouldn't be horrible. It would just be a page, right? And we get to whatever we wanted on it. It could be a combination of a data grid and a summary, or vice versa, or whatever. But essentially, when we click this button, it would have to run this function, which would then have to say list related databases. That's a list page. Okay, so the list model doesn't actually have the event to get the data. So we have a list page model, right? We have current page number. Total pages, also by. Yeah. Go to next page, which essentially changes the page number. The page number essentially changes the visibility of next page enabled, previous page enabled, because those are read-only properties to know if we can go to the next page or not. But it doesn't actually tell the data to do anything. Related SQL databases. So the view model, which is the SQL Server detail view model, would need some sort of an event to get related databases. But we could probably do that inside of actions. Or it's not inside of actions because it's not SQL Server, it's a SQL database. It'd be SQL database actions. And yeah, we could start, this is schemas, database, actions, minimize all that. So this basically says, you know, we want a list of SQL databases. Well, that is a list of SQL databases. So we can add the database and select the database based on the list page fields and the filters that we'll add. And then this one is list database selectable based on a server. So it would be this one. Currently, this one only gets triggered here. New record. Yeah, okay. So refresh SQL database. If the new record SQL server is not null, return. Oh, this is the new view model. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, makes sense. That's the selectable one, because we don't really care about selectable. We just need to get the list. So we have select database and a list page field, and we have our list page model. We just wouldn't have filters, but we'd have to change this one to be closer to the server one. We could do an override. We could just do list SQL database. Basically, it's the same thing. We would filter to a server, or we give it a server ID, and we have to select all the fields. Um, oh, we can make it so much easier because right now, how many times do we have all of the fields? Yeah, we have all the fields here, we have all the fields there. So when we're selecting, we have the fields. When we're listing, we have the fields. When we're getting, we have the fields. When we're deleting, we don't have the fields. When we're updating, we have the fields. Well, no, that one's a different set of fields. But then go-to doesn't have it. Go-to doesn't have it. But there would be a string constant we could put in and then have to, I mean, we wouldn't have to reset it 3 times. We could just have it programmed once. So if we're trying to add, we have all these fields. So let's just switch the window to a split mode. Okay. And if we go to select, right, we have then most of the fields again. Insert 2 is a little bit different, so maybe that's not a great example. But select definitely has it, and list, any form of list would have it as well, because we have to get all the fields again, and they're the same. Select or list is just a list of all the fields for this table. I don't want to have to keep writing them in. So I think we can probably put a string up here. We can just do private string um, table fields um, or SQL commands. Yeah, then we could say get and okay. So this is table fields for select SQL, where basically we don't need this anymore. We can just take that out and do table fields for select SQL. So we just do that. Um, that should make sense. That's the select one, and the list one, I think we just do the same thing. I think cleans it up a bit because we also have get. Okay. Table fields for select SQL. Yeah, let's select each one of these fairly well. Okay, so that's already reduced it a little bit. So that's then the get SQL database. We have delete, update, go to. go to list selectable. We have this one here where we're trying to select one, but we could do something very similar to this. We could say list SQL database, SQL server ID, integer SQL server ID. But if we were doing it like the select one, we would need to know how many we were getting. So like select here has a list page, number of fields. Yeah, like this. So when it does select, which is down here somewhere. No, not this one. Okay. So we corrected that part. We have count. From database. Then we had the limited offset, which we streamlined, I thought. And then matching records. See this actually doesn't, yeah, it does, it's fine. So down here though, filter SQL Server ID, no, that's this. And then we have execute record, yeah. So we select from that where this is at. But we would need the ID, right? Add with value. So we can just take this, copy it before execute reader. Okay, we have that then. Yeah, list SQL Server ID, SQL Server ID, parameters, SQL Server ID, execute reader, list, clear while reading, read, parent SQL Server. See, that's the problem is if we're only providing an ID number, we don't actually have the fields. We don't have the parent information at all. So we wouldn't be able to fill it in. But if we switched it to list SQL database, SQL server, SQL server model, SQL parent, SQL server, SQL server ID, just like that. And then parent SQL server. So parent equals parent, that's all fine. And then everything else in here is okay. We return the list. It reads based on the list page model on like everything that's on there. We can call this. This is in close everything, save everything, go to our SQL Server actions. Well, we wouldn't need any actions in general, but we could go to SQL Server Detail View Model here. And the view model has actions for SQL Server, but it can also have actions for SQL databases. And that's where we would then say get related. So we would do something like private SQL database, actions, SQL database equals public get return save, right? And then this is the list page for related SQL databases, which would feed into the actions event. And we would essentially have an event back here that said public void get related SQL databases. Okay, which is for the detail view model, right? And that means our current record, current SQL Server dot child SQL databases will equal actions SQL databases dot list SQL databases SQL Server dot current SQL Server. Oh no, this one's also looking for the page. So we have a list page here, which is list. Right? Okay. And that then tells us we should be able to get the child databases based on our default list items of whatever we're looking at. And so if we go to our servers, oh, what's that? Unrecognized token 0 SQL. I don't know what just happened. All right, debug, step out, debug, step out. Okay. It probably is somewhere up in this craziness. This is trying to select a SQL server. My guess is the limit offset, limit 50 offset 0. Maybe, or it's right here. So if we just want this string builder, copy that, go to Notepad, I think, and we'll paste it in that. Okay, yeah, I think I see it. Select some from where, that's all fine. Select this stuff from where, and the where does something weird. The order by is missing the order by. Pretty convinced. The order by is missing the order by. Mm, okay. Okay, yeah. No, that makes sense. Um, public string order by full SQL output. Order by full SQL output. Okay. And SQL output basically says, let's make a string builder. String builder equals that. And we're going to take append order by append and refresh that. Now we have it. So now it's an ID. It says ascending, but my guess is I have it reversed. Near limit. Of course there's an error. Okay, I'll be back. Near limit. Of course there's an error. Okay, I'll be back.